Saint Garwe kuti computer one inenge iri kwamudhumeni kana kuti kwasabhuku. So you get to use it, and then we were told, oh, you have to register library, what. Me and my friend were just, dumbfounded. How do you even switch this thing on, let alone use it? But, over time, you realize that the computers they're not as scary as we thought they were. And now we can't do without them. So in that same vein, that's the approach you need to have when you're listening to Dr. Murray talking about AI, and Ken, who's going to come after, talking about all the tools from Google that they have for journalists at your disposal.
And I just want to find out, where do you get your news from? I'll just give anybody the mic. I know you're journalism students, but when you want to read the news, where do you get your news from?
From court.
From court? No, I mean, what platform do you use? Do you get it from Facebook? Do you get a link on Facebook? From Twitter? Do you get it online? Do you buy a newspaper?
From Zimai.
From what?
Zimai, Zimcelebs.
Okay, yes.
From newspapers.
From newspapers.
Social media. Social media.
Twitter.
Social media.
Yeah, so it shows that a lot of people get their news from social media. It would be interesting to find out why you use that. But I think since we are all media students and we access our news on social media, I just wanted to let you know that we have a hashtag for this conference. So when you're listening, if you find something interesting, let's share, take pictures, and don't forget to use our hashtag. Our hashtag for this year is the Take Back, hashtag the Take Back. So let's use that on Twitter. We're going to follow. If you use our hashtag, we'll follow you. We'll follow you back.
And there's a special prize for someone who tweets.
Yes,
the most interesting thing.
And the most tweets as well.
Yeah.
And so it's the Take Back, the Hub ZW, and Shoko 2023. So let's use those hashtags. Let's take pictures, show that you were here. That's how we will know that you were here at this conference. Back to you.
Back to me. Back to you, Sha. In
No, back to you.
Is our audio tested? Are we good to go, guys? Yeah? We're good to go. So, Lynette, you're taking...
Okay, so welcome everyone. So my name is Lynette Manzini. I am going to be the moderator for this session. And welcome to the 9th edition of the Unconference. So this is Zimbabwe's biggest media conference, where media students, journalists, media lecturers, and academics come, and and activists as well come in and have conversations about topical issues. And right now, what's topical is artificial intelligence. What does this mean for media students? What does this mean for media professionals? And I'm going to introduce my guest, who is going to be giving us a talk on artificial intelligence. So he is an associate professor in the Department of Communication and Media at the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. His research interests include analyzing the intersection between technology and society, digital journalism, social media and politics, media and democracy, political communication, digital campaigns, digital diplomacy, and platformization of news work, media, and conflict. This is none other than Professor Admire Murray. He's going to be joining us on the screens. I hope the tech team is going to put him on the screen very soon. So he's going to be talking to us about artificial intelligence journalism in the age of artificial intelligence. I remember when, like I was saying earlier on, I thought that my job was going to be threatened because AI can write articles, AI can write reports, AI can generate pictures and videos. And then where does that leave us as journalists? So we want Professor to break down, to just go in depth on this issue and tell us what this means for us, how we can use AI for our benefit. So last week I attended the Global Investigative Journalism Conference in Sweden, and a lot of journalists are using AI for their investigations. There was one investigation that caught my eye in the Amazon. They were looking for illegal mines in the Amazon. So they only knew of 30 mines, but after they used artificial intelligence, they were able to find 30,000 illegal mines in the Amazon. So, that shows that this artificial intelligence is actually a tool that we should embrace and use because it helps. Imagine if you're going to look for 30,000 illegal mines in your investigation, how long was it going to take you as an individual? But with artificial intelligence, they managed to shorten the hours they required to get to find out the mines. So we're just waiting for the tech team to help us get to Dr. Mare. I think to Professor. Okay, so while we're waiting for him, let's give a round of applause for our tech guy. That's Harvey. A round of applause for him, please. Is this one working? Okay. So a warm welcome to you, Harvey, while we're waiting for the professor.
Good morning, everyone.
Can you hear me? Is the mic working? Okay, so Harvey, our first session today, we're going to be looking at artificial intelligence. It's your favorite topic. I mean, you shoved it down my throat, and now I love it.
Oh, wow, all right.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence, and these are journalism students. So yeah, just talk to us about, maybe in a minute, because I know Professor is now ready to start. Talk to us about artificial intelligence and why we should embrace it.
Chances are you use it already. If you use Quillbot, if you use Canva, if you're using anything that removes background, you're using it. So as much as there's a lot of talk about fearing it, it's a tool that will amplify your workflows. I'm not quite sure what that looks like for journalism students, but as it stands, nothing to fear, but there are obviously a few challenges around the tools that we use. They're made in America, they're made in Europe. They don't have our context. My favorite example is sites Alice, yes. So as journalists, you guys, obviously spelling is a thing for you guys. But Alice pronounces the words in American phonetic language. So Nube will come out as Cube. So to get the proper pronunciations, if you're going to use tools like that, you might need to misspell some words. Yes, I know spellings are good, but in that case, spellings are bad. So in a minute.
In a minute. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our tech guy, Harvey. Tech officer. Okay. Yes, that's fine. So I hope that somebody had told me that the professor is ready. Warm welcome to you, Professor. Professor Mara, are you there?
Good morning. How are you, Lynette? How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. I was hoping I was going to see you in person.
Very soon. Certainly, we'll meet very soon. I was supposed to come to Sweden where you were, but unfortunately, I couldn't make it. But next time.
Okay, perfect. So, Professor, today you're going to be talking to us about journalism in the age of AI. When AI emerged on the scene, there were mixed feelings. Majority of people, especially in the media, thought that their jobs were going to be, AI was taking over their jobs. AI can write articles, write reports, produce videos, and pictures as well. People were really worried around what is going to happen to their jobs. So walk us through your presentation, and then we'll have a conversation when you're done.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for this invitation. And also thanks a lot for those that have managed to come in person to listen to this, and also those that are online are listening to us. My name is Admire Mare. I'm a Zimbabwean based here in South Africa. Obviously, yes, artificial intelligence is one of the hottest topic right now when everybody sleeps. Everybody's talking about it. Obviously, fear is the dominant narrative right now. Everybody is saying that it's going to take over our jobs. It's going to render human beings obsolete. things that used to be done by human beings are increasingly going to be done by machines, and all that kind of talk. And I think it's not something that is new, because we have seen that with other kinds of technologies that we have seen as human beings. Since time immemorial, any new technology has always invoked what I call moral panics. And I think the moral panic that we're actually seeing right now is the moral panic around artificial intelligence. Everybody is saying, no, finally, we have reached a stage where machines can think like human beings, act like human beings, talk like human beings, listen like human beings. Yes, certainly, in some instances, we are seeing that kind of talk actually happening. But what I just want to emphasize in the talk that I'm just going to give right now is to say that I think we need to embrace technology. Yes, it has got its own good, but it also has got its own bad, which also need to be able to moderate and regulate so that we can be able to get the best out of it. The best way to handle new technology is always to make sure that you use it responsibly, use it ethically, so that it can actually help you to arrive at what you really want to achieve. But over and above that, I just want to start by probably looking at some of the key terms that anchor this particular talk around artificial intelligence. So maybe somebody would ask us, what is artificial intelligence? When we talk about artificial intelligence, generally we're talking about socio-technical systems or computer, robots that are designed to perform tasks that are associated with human beings. So essentially, we are saying these systems that are being designed can actually do tasks that were previously done by human beings. So, for example, they can produce content. If you are a journalist, they can actually do analysis of your stories. They can actually do data mining. They can actually transcribe, and sometimes they can actually help you to communicate with the audiences. For example, if you are using chatbots for interactions, for example. But one thing that I also want to say is that right now, where we are in terms of the evolution of AI, we are at the stage which we are calling generative models or large language models of AI. And somebody maybe will ask, what are these generative AI tools that we are talking about? So when we generally talk about, generative AI, we are talking about large language models or a category of artificial intelligence that can actually generate new content, such as text, images, music, based on patterns that it has learned from other data. So pretty much this technology, you input data into it, it learns from the patterns and classifies these patterns, and over time it is able to actually recognize these kinds of patterns and actually, for example, transcribe and recognize that this is an image, can actually produce music, write scripts, for example, write songs, and all these kinds of things. So essentially, it's a system that has been trained to actually be able to do things that human beings can actually do. So we are in that space right now where essentially everybody's talking about generative AI. And when you talk about generative AI, the poster child of generative AI at the moment is ChatGPT. And I think some of you have heard about it. If you are students, for example, probably assignment. So you can actually, for example, with ChatGPT, you can actually go right now on ChatGPT, give it a command. So, for example, let's say you've been given an assignment by your lecturer, you put that assignment there. ChatGPT will actually be able to write that kind of essay or that kind of a question in less than probably 3, 4, 5 seconds. It will be able to generate for you the answer. So we are in that kind of space where generative AI is the dominant issue. So let me just talk about the 4 generations that we have seen, because we have actually seen what I call 4 generations of AI evolution. The first generation, which started around the 1960s, when people like Alan Turing started talking about AI. That generation, essentially, we were seeing what I call handmade AI. And with this particular generation, what was happening was that this particular system of AI still lacked what I would probably call self-taught knowledge base. It could not actually be able to do decisions or optimization or even such problems. Therefore, it was actually often solved based on expert knowledge. And again, it had no capacity for abstraction. It was still very low at that point in time. But we moved from that stage to what I call the next stage of AI development, which was classification stage. And this is where people started talking about what we call deep learning, for those who have heard concepts like deep learning, for example. So all of a sudden, this particular system was able to actually make sense of raw data, make sense of messy input data, understand speech, language recognition, and it was also able to actually do things. For example, if you know technologies like, for example, Siri. I know for those that actually use Siri, especially those who use MacBooks, and the Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant are examples of deep learning technologies that actually emerged as part of this classification stage of AI evolution. Then we moved from there. Now where we are since 2021, 2022, we are in the stage that I was just talking about, the generation stage, where we are now talking about what we call explainability and generative models. And with this particular stage, we are in a space where these systems can now produce new text, images, videos, audios, and actually can be able to generate an article. So you can actually, for example, let's say you have been given an assignment by an editor. For example, it's a press release, generate a story from a press release. You can just go straight into ChatGPT. ChatGPT will be able to summarize and write for you a very solid, news article based on your input that you have put in there. So we are in that kind of space. But also, we must also realize that now we are in a space where, again, ChatGPT, especially the fourth version that we are in, can actually be able to speak back to you. So it can actually have a conversation with you. And again, it is the evolution that we are talking about. But there is the next stage where we are going to go, which I'll probably call the planning stage, where these systems are now going to be able to conduct research, plan, actually contact a news source, conduct an interview with a news source, and actually then be able to generate a new product. And it is in that stage where probably this fear around our jobs actually being taken over by machines is likely to become more heightened than where we are right now. But we are not yet there. Probably we are talking about 10 to 15 years to get there. But of course, with these technologies, sometimes the rate at which evolution actually happens, sometimes it's faster than we anticipate. But we are moving toward that stage where we are moving away from the generation stage. So let me just... I want to move straight to say, so what are the issues that are at the center? What AI does is that it has actually given us a space where all of a sudden we have two things that are happening in the newsroom. We have human-generated journalism. We have machine-generated journalism. So with human-generated journalism, it's whereby the human being, you yourself, you are at the heart of the news-making process. You are able to do your interviews with your sources. You can do so many things. You are at the center of the news writing process. But with machine-generated journalism that we are increasingly seeing in some spaces, especially in the global north, people are already talking about what they call workerless newsrooms, where, for example, you get into a newsrooms and then you probably may not be able to see people, but what probably will be actually actually they are machines. We are using AI to do so many things. So we are outsourcing a lot of our work to AI. And we are already seeing that, especially in sports journalism, business reporting. And these bits are generally easy to automate and actually use generative models because they use statistics, but also they rely on very repetitive things that can actually be learned and also understood by this system. So we are moving into that kind of space where we are increasingly seeing that happening, especially in sports and business reporting. But what is also very important is that with this machine-generated journalism, we are also increasingly seeing a lot of automated content production, data mining, news dissemination, and also content optimization, especially with regards to online content. We are seeing a lot of that. But I think I just want to prefix what I've been saying by just saying that even though when we talk about this so-called machine-generated journalism, we are also saying that the human being is going to remain part of the loop. So the human beings will still be able to actually check and edit some of the things that actually have been generated by this technology. Because remember, they are not yet perfect. They are not yet very complete systems that can be able to do things without errors, without mistakes. So there's a lot of talk around what we call AI hallucinations, for example, that are actually emerging as a result of the mistakes that some of these large language models are actually making. Because remember, they rely on the data that has actually been inputted into them. If they don't have that data set, they will not be able to know about that. So for example, let's say you say to ChatGPT, write me an obituary, for example, for maybe Joshua Mkabogongoma or something like that. If that system does not know it has not been trained on that particular data set, it's likely to create a fictitious character around that person because it doesn't know that particular person. So it relies generally on what it is accustomed to based on the learning that it has actually been subjected to. So we are in that space where a lot of things that are actually happening, we are in the stage probably which I would call the experimentation. We are in the experimentation stage of a generative AI, and there are lots of mistakes, but also there are also good things that we are already seeing in terms of what these large language models can actually do. But I just want to say, maybe because I don't want to hog the limelight for a long time, but also make sure that it becomes very interactive. But what I just want to talk about now is to say that I want to talk about where exactly we are seeing journalism, where AI is actually used in journalism right now as we speak, and give some examples in terms of how that is actually evolved. And then after that, I'll talk about some of the things that I think for newsrooms going into the future that they need to think about when they want to actually embrace AI into their operations so that they can actually make good use of it. I just want to say that AI use isn't new at all. It has been there, as I've already pointed out. So if you've been using Google Assistant, Siri, and all these other platforms that are also using Grammarly, all these are versions of the evolution of AI. It's only that it was not being called by that name, but essentially it was AI in the making. So we are essentially saying there isn't really nothing, but what is actually happening is the ways in which it's actually being used now is also changing because of the different things that are actually at the center of AI deployment. So where are we seeing AI being deployed, for example, in journalism? Obviously, as I have already pointed out, the issue of drafting and editing text, we are already seeing a lot of that. People actually ChatGPT, Badi, Bing, and so many other platforms. There's just too many, and I think there's somebody who's going to talk about some of the platforms that are already being rolled out by, maybe, for example, Google and other platform companies. But also, we're also seeing a lot of news organizations, but also individual journalists actually using these technologies for recommending content, transcribing interviews, subtitling videos, for example. Recommendation, if you are somebody who uses, for example, let's say you use Netflix, for example, the videos that you often see on your landing page are often done based on recommendations. So they try as much as possible to learn about your viewing habits, what you like, and before you know it, they constantly try and recommend those kinds of content to you because the system is trained in such a way that it's able to recognize and to classify, but also to learn patterns that are emerging based on your consumption. So we are seeing a lot of that happening too. But we're also seeing a lot of AI tools that are also being used for analyzing audience interests, preferences, and actually for engagement purposes. For example, chatbots actually being used for interaction. So, for example, instead of actually responding to people directly, you can just have a chatbot that can actually be able to respond directly to either to your audiences, to your advertisers, but also to your news sources, so that you can also be freed to do other things. So that is also something that we are also seeing a lot happening. But also you can also use these platforms or systems for boosting your CEO rankings, especially if you are using, obviously, websites, but also online content. We are also seeing a lot of that. But the other area where we are also increasingly seeing a lot of AI use is around, for example, reader revenue. So, for example, you can use it, for example, to predict the conversion likelihood. You can also use it to predict, for example, market-based pricing, individualized paywalls, chatbots, for example, in customer services, I've already pointed out. So in terms of reader revenue, already we are seeing a lot of things happening in that kind of space. But also in terms of content creation, as I've already pointed out, automatic content planning, automatic content adaptation, automatic content creation. There's a lot that is happening in that space. And then finally, in terms of how these things are actually used at the moment, we are also seeing a lot around content distribution. So, for example, automatic link placement in articles, personalizing web pages, personalized newsletters, automatic content moderation, automatic content extension, but also automatic fact checking. We are also seeing that kind of thing happening, automatic resurfacing of archive content. So there's a lot that these technologies can actually do that human beings sometimes find very strenuous, very repetitive, and very boring. So these systems are increasingly getting into that space and actually free us to do other things. So what is at the center of this is to see these platforms or these systems as our assistants or as supplementing what we are already doing. So we need to be able to coexist with these systems in the newsroom. And how we are going to be able to coexist, I think, again, that is where we need a lot of strategy to come into the picture so that we can be able to say what are things that human beings should do and what are things that machines should do, and how do we strike a balance between machine-generated journalism and also human-generated journalism, so that at the end of the day, the human being remains part of the newsmaking process, but at the same time, we are also allowing we are also allowing these machines to free us from the drudgery of actually doing some of the things that we consider very boring and repetitive. I think let me just move on quickly to some of the things that I call them strategic editorial considerations that we really need to put at the center of what we ought to do, and so that we can be able to clearly, but also use these platforms for the greater good of our society. So I've talked about the uses now. Now I just want to briefly and quickly just talk about the strategic and editorial considerations that any forward-looking newsroom, but also any forward-looking media manager, managing editor should think about when they are thinking about AI and how they are going to embrace it in their newsroom. So I have this, what I call 10 considerations that I have here that I'm just going to quickly talk about. So the first one is that if you are going to try and bring AI into your newsroom or into your media startup, one thing that you certainly need to ask yourself, do you have a strategy? So you need to make sure that you have a strategy. And what kind of an AI strategy are you going to put in place? If you don't have it, you need always to start with the end in mind. What do you want to achieve through embracing AI into your operations? Do you want to use it so that it can actually help you to refine your business model? Do you want to use it to revamp your content creation model, or do you want to use it for content distribution? So you really need to ask yourself hard questions in terms of what are the big things that you have in mind in terms of making sure that you bring AI into the picture. But over and above that, number two, the other thing that you also need to ask yourself, you need to have very clear, what I call very clear guidelines. So, for example, so in terms of guidelines, so for example, you need to make sure as you embrace AI, you need to have oversight mechanisms. So, for example, so that if anything goes wrong, you should be able to have some kind of redress. But also, you should be able to have transparency embedded in that. So, for example, you must be able to label certain content to say this content that you are reading has actually been generated by AI, and you need to find ways in which you are going to attribute that to say this article was written by ChatGPT and not a human being. So that kind of transparency is also very important, so that you can be able to have a very cordial relationship with your audiences. Is very important. But also accountability and responsibility, privacy and confidentiality are some of the things that you must talk about when you talk about your own guidelines in terms of how you are going to roll out AI into your operation. So it's very, very important. And then the other issue that you also need to ask yourself in terms number 3 is transparency. Already we are seeing a lot of media houses actually doing a lot, especially in this kind of space, especially in Europe, where, for example, platforms like Wired, like The Guardian, they are already, in that space where they've already launched and actually, popularized some of the transparency mechanisms that actually they are using. So, for example, Associated Press, The Guardian, Wired, Insider, so they actually be able to tell you that, for example, we have these kinds of guidelines. So when we are using anything that is AI related, this is how we are going to use it. We are not going to use it for this kind of thing. So, for example, Wired says, let me just read some of the things that Wired says in its transparency, but also guidelines. It says that we do not publish stories with text generated by AI. We do not publish text edited by AI either. We may try using AI to suggest headlines or text for short social media posts. We may try using AI to generate story ideas. So you see, they are very transparent in terms of how they are going to embrace AI. Yes, they are going to use it, but there are spaces where they have said this is a no-go area where we are not going to be able to use that kinds of platforms. Then the other issue that we also need to have at the back of our mind is that we should also make sure that copyright and intellectual property protection is also something that we really put at the center. Because remember, some of the things that these systems are actually using is somebody else's data. So again, issues to do with protection of personal information, it becomes very important. But also intellectual property rights also becomes very important. So you need to be able to find a way in which you are going to make sure that even if you are going to use AI in your operations, you have to think about how you are going to make sure that copyright and intellectual property rights are actually safeguarded. The other issue that I also want to just emphasize is that you also need to think about how are you going to manage culture change, for example. How are you going to manage change? How are you going to make sure that, because remember, there's a lot of resistance right now where we are right now. People don't know this beast that we are facing right now. So you need to be able to train people, to let people know what this technology is, expose them to its use, show them what it can do, what it can't do, so that they can know that they are not really going to be rendered obsolete, but they need to be able to embrace this technology and use it to, in spaces where actually they can actually be able to actually reach efficiency, but also effectiveness in terms of their content production routines. So it's very important that culture change is actually managed at the level of the media operation. But also the other thing that I also want just to emphasize is to say there are new roles that are actually emerging as a result of this. New skills that are also required for these kinds of things. So you need to have AI literacy as a journalist, but also new workflows that are also coming and new bits that are going to emerge. So as these new bits emerge, we need to begin to see journalism schools actually beginning to think through in terms of their curriculum, what kind of new roles are emerging as a result of these people embracing AI, and what new skills are required for this kind of newsroom that we are creating now, and what new workflows and bits are actually emerging. So we need to think about that so that we can be able to fine-tune our curricula, but also we can be able to speak to the context in which we are finding ourselves. Then the other issue that I just want to say is that, yes, this technology is good, but it comes with risks. So the other issue that is at an operational level that we need to think about is we need to be able to understand and to manage risks. There are so many risks associated with these technologies. Some I've talked about AI hallucinations. They make mistakes. Sometimes they reproduce biases that are embedded in the data set that they were trained on. Sometimes they also make things that are outlandish, things that you may not be able to make sense of. So you really need to be able to say you need to make sure that there are risks, and you need to find a way that you are going to make risk management strategies part of your AI strategy, so that you will be able to risk and minimize some of the risks associated with these technologies, because they can actually affect your brand and also your reputation as a brand, as a company. Sorry. The other issue obviously is misinformation. We are going to increasingly see a lot of automated misinformation, automated disinformation. We as Zimbabwe, we are recently coming from elections, and we have seen how misinformation and disinformation can actually travel during especially electoral context. So we need also to make sure that the misinformation and disinformation dimension that also comes with these technologies, or that are accentuated by the use of these technologies, are mitigated so that we can be able to deal with the challenge. And then number 9, we should be able to understand. We need to be able to understand changing consumer habits. Certainly, the way in which people consume content is shifting. People are no longer consuming content like they were doing probably 5-6 years ago. There are ways in which they are actually doing it that require us to move with them. And again, because of that, we need to be able to say, how are we going to use AI to be able to address some of these changes that are actually happening at the level of consumption habits, especially media consumption habits. And then finally, number 10. Then one other thing is, which is also very important, is to make sure that innovation, we need to begin to innovate within this context, find new bits, find new ways of telling stories, find new ways of distributing stories, find new ways of actually, refining our business models, but also find new ways of interacting with our audiences. So we need innovation. Innovation is going to remain a key attribute of what we are going to do as a humanity as we go, especially to the fourth stage of AI development, which I called the planning stage, where essentially some of these technologies can actually do things and speak to us and be able to interact and do actually interviews with people. So we need to be able to innovate and find things that we still see in these kinds of technologies that are essentially about human beings and how the human being remains an important part of these operations. And then finally, I think now I'm on my last slide. Then finally, what I'm just going to say is that as I finish, I don't think I'm not ruling it out, but we are probably a bit far off from a space where these technologies or these machines are going to become sentient beings, where they can are going to be like human beings. Yes, it's highly likely that it will happen, maybe not in our lifetime or even in our lifetime, but we are still in a space where machines are going to coexist with human beings. So the clarion call that I'm just making is to say, we as journalists, as journalism students, as journalism educators, as human beings, as citizens, we need to find ways in which we coexist with AI, but also see it as something that is complementing our work rather than actually replacing us. Yes, there are certain tasks that are very repetitive that are going to be taken over by machines, but there are certain things, for example, the issue of human emotions, making ethical judgments, producing real insights, and building trust. All these are things that human beings are going to remain at the center of doing it. So we really need to make sure that we focus on what human beings are good at, and also make sure that we outsource things that we think machines can do better, effectively and efficiently, and then as a society we can be able to use these technologies to actually enrich our experiences, but also to make journalism better and exciting. Let me stop there. Thank you so much, Lynette. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Murray, for that, and thank you. Now I'm actually rest assured that my job is still safe, because yes, we should use AI for the repetitive tasks, but also we also need to be ethical around how we use it. The question that I have for you is, we have journalism students here. They are working towards being journalists. When they write their assignments, can they use AI to write their assignments?
Certainly, yes, they should. They should actually be able to use it. But when they use
Professor,
it...
are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. My question.
Yes, I heard it. Okay, I was saying that they should be able to use these technologies, but they should actually be able to use it. So, for example, let's say you've been given an assignment. You are just using this technology to give you a draft in terms of knowing where exactly to focus on. But don't use it probably as the final arbiter to say, whatever it has given you, that is what you are going to submit. Once you use it like that, that's when obviously issues of academic integrity, dishonest come into the picture. So generally, yes, you can actually use it. So for example, so that you can, so that the technology can actually break down the assignment for you, show you how actually you should be able to answer it. And I think it's just an assistant, I think, just like how we would probably do it, because we know even our students, even if they don't use AI, but some of them actually ask maybe their colleagues, maybe ask their seniors, to actually help them with actually writing these assignments. So I think it's the same thing. It's just an assistant, but it's about how you use whatever you've been given by an assistant to actually come up with a coherent assignment.
I'm going to have Harvey's going to ask you a question, and before he does that, I just want the audience to know that if you want to ask a question to Professor Murray while he's still with us, I can take a few hands, and we'll also want to hear your reflections. What you think about, the presentation and the contents, especially. How are you going to be using AI, and what you think about what the presentation has taught us so far. Harvey.
All right, thank you. Before I start, I'm very curious. Just a quick exercise to frame the question for Professor. How many of us have bought a data bundle in the last month? Okay. How many of us have bought a WhatsApp bundle in the last month? WhatsApp bundle. How many of us rely on campus Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi wherever you go? Right. So my question to you, as you've seen from the crowd, is AI is here, but is it really here? How, as a journalist, would you suggest you create a strategy to reach the people on the margins, or in this specific case, internet connectivity and bundles?
Thank you so much, Harvey, for that question. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Awesome. Thanks. It's a very interesting, very important question, actually, especially in the global south, the way issues of the digital divide, digital inequalities, so many people are still struggling really to be part of what we call the broadband internet superhighway. Most of us obviously rely on data bundles to have access to the internet. So even the way in which we are going to interact with AI is also going to somehow become very minimalist because of the ways in which we have access to this technology. So certainly, I think as a newsroom, actually, when you are thinking about how to make sure that you bring this technology, which is here right now, like ChatGPT, we are talking about Bard, Bing. How are you going to make? So, for example, what I would probably say. So, for example, let's say you are a media organization that actually do interact visually. For example, let's say you distribute your content using, for example, WhatsApp. For example, one way of actually be able to do that very easily is to make sure that you invest a lot in terms of chatbots for interaction, so that, for example, if you want your audiences to actually give you story ideas, for example, they can actually be able to do that without for you having to go probably on Twitter or going on Facebook to see what they are commenting. So you must make sure that whatever technology that you are using, embed AI tools in it so that it can actually be able to give you a head start in terms of actually connecting with your audiences. So it's just about looking at the technologies that are actually being used by the people right now. So, for example, I know that WhatsApp, especially in Zoom right now, is almost the internet. Our interaction with the internet mostly is through WhatsApp. Beyond that, you probably are a data-rich person that can actually be able to do that. You can be able to afford broadband internet, but most of us can't. So because of that, we need to make sure that our newsrooms, but also our media startups, speak to these constituents of people that are equally important news consumers, but they can't afford the full bouquet of the internet. So what I would say is to you, Harvey, certainly, is to say we need to make sure that as part of our strategy, WhatsApp and chatbots become very important. And I think, especially here in South Africa, I've seen a lot of companies that have really, used that kind of an approach where they're actually embedding chatbots as part of their audience interaction, but also news distribution strategy very well. So I think that is what I would say for now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that. I'm just going to ask the audience, does anybody have a question or comment? Just two, and please make them really short because we have run out of time.
All right.
You can just introduce yourself and your college.
Okay, my name is Bridget from Media Monitors. My question is on the forward-looking media houses or personnels. You spoke of what you would want to use the AI for, be it content creation or what. Then you also spoke of transparency and clear guidelines. How do we then, when a media company, you gave an example of Associated Press and Wired, they gave us their guidelines on what they use AI for. Is there ways we can detect as media consumers, they actually followed their guidelines and this was written by a human and not by an AI? Thank you.
So before you answer that, do we have another question in the audience? Okay, the last one.
My name is Kumbira Kuchena. I'm a freelance journalist. My question is, how can AI help content creators to safeguard their intellectual property?
Thank you very much for those questions. Professor, if you can respond to those.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Bridget, and also thanks a lot to Kumbirai. I'll start with the question from Bridget from Media Monitors. Certainly, I think transparency is what it is. If sometimes some of these organizations can actually give us all these guidelines. But the truth of the matter is, are they actually adhering to these kinds of guidelines? Because sometimes they may say that this is what they are doing, but actually they can go beyond that and actually use AI and then probably not declare. So I think we are at a stage, as I said, it's an experimentation stage where media organizations, individuals should begin to say what kind of ethical principles are we going to make sure we abide by so that we can be responsible users of AI. But in most cases, obviously, as you have pointed out, it's very difficult for the ordinary person to actually be able to tell that this actually was generated by AI, or this was not, or if they don't want to declare, it's very possible that we can actually say, oh, it was written by a human being, or this was not actually written by a human being, because we are just relying on their transparency. The same way we are also relying on journalists, for example, when they say they've interviewed this particular source. Sometimes maybe somebody has created a source from nowhere or from their own head. So sometimes, it's about ethics, morality. Is that person moral in terms of their moral compass? Is it allowing them to actually do that? So I think we rely more on the ethical guidelines there. And then the issue of AI and safeguarding intellectual property rights. Unfortunately, we are in a space where the whole doctrine around intellectual property rights, but also copyright, is actually being revised generally because of AI, what AI has done. I think you've seen recently there were protests in Hollywood where script writers were actually protesting that actually their job is on the line, because most of these directors, film directors, are actually just using AI to write scripts for their story, for their films. So just look at that. So look at the intellectual property rights being violated. For example, your data being used to train on algorithms, and those algorithms actually being used actually to do some of the work that you are doing. So we are in a space where I think, unfortunately, at the moment, we can't say we can actually use AI to safeguard us, but rather we can actually find ways in which we can do things differently so that things that we are doing, AI cannot do it. And I think if we are in that kind of space, then we can retain that kind of control of our intellectual property rights. Unfortunately, we are in a space where a lot of experimentation is actually happening at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that. I also see more hands, but unfortunately we have run out of time. But I'd like to thank you very much, Professor, for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. All the best with the conference.
Thank you very much. Let's give the professor a round of applause. And Javi too. Thank you very much, Javi. So we are moving on to our next segment. And remember, AI is our assistant. We can use AI as our assistant, and we should use it ethically. We should be transparent when we do use it. I'm going to introduce the next moderator. He's going to be moderating the next session, and that's Costa Nkomo. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Until he gets to the stage.
A very beautiful and wonderful session, which is going to be the biggest highlight of the Hub and Conference. I will be joined by guests from the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. So I want to welcome Samu from Zimfact Chat. Let's clap hands for him. I also want to call upon Peter Kimani from Australia. So Peter is from Australia. Australia is one of the provinces in Kenya. If you may like it that way. Welcome, Peter. Let's clap hands for him. You haven't seen people from Australia. Okay, let's welcome Kayleigh from New Zealand, one of the provinces in South Africa. So, yeah. I just want to maybe have 3 people to just quickly share with me or with us, their expectations from these sessions. Quickly. Okay, if I'm not going to have hands, I'm just going to randomly pick up people so that we speak, isn't it? Right, my friend there who has got a pen, is that an orange t-shirt or is yellow? Okay, let's not talk about colors. But please, just share with me your one expectation. Yes, you say.
Okay, thank you, Nyasha Jeff from Harare Polytechnic. My today, how I can improve my studies for journalism.
Is he audible enough? I didn't hear you, my friend. I'm sorry. Yeah, someone is doing the sabotage. Anyway, it's fine, guys. Let's clap hands for him. So thank you very much for giving us your 3 expectations. We have heard you. I think we are going to live up to your expectations. So guys, let me just reintroduce again the guests for this session, which is looking at how AI can combat fake news. We have got Peter Kimani from Code for Africa in Kenya. We have got Kayley Clifford from Africa Check, South Africa. We have got Prisa Samu from Zimfact Check. So these are our guests. Of course, I'm also a guest from another organization, which I can't name for security reasons. So, okay. So we just want to start with the definitions in terms of what is AI and what is fake news. I have got a prize for people who are going to go first and define what is AI and what is fake news. Just 2 people quickly, please, from you guys. Yes, sir. Please, can you help me with the mic quickly?
My name is Kumbira Kuchena. I'm a freelance journalist. Should I define both or should I define just one of them? The terms AI or fake news?
Yeah, what do you want to define? Define AI for us.
AI, for me personally, AI is the use of computer systems, algorithms, robotics, in order to generate and analyze, tabulate data sets, and with the use of technology such as computers, chatbots, etc. etc.
Is that the true definition of carbon dioxide? Let's clap hands for him. Who can define for us fake news? So I'm going to talk to Nyasha and see if we can get your prize before the end of the day. Thank you.
All right. Morning, everyone.
Okay.
So fake news is false or misleading information presented as factual reporting or news.
Thank you. We have got Mom at that side. We wanted to, but because of gender, you know, we are always. I'm a feminist, by the way. So I can't let go of. Yeah, there was a hand there, sir.
My name is Rimbo Mkwindiza from Kosa, and I wanted to define fake news. So fake news, we're talking about misleading information that has been set for a certain agenda or for certain spreading of propaganda. Thank you.
Yo. Yeah, that's too much, ma'am. But I know you are a product of one of my colleagues. I can't mention his name, or her name, rather. But thank you very much for that definition. And guys, we want to enter into this discussion and give our guests an opportunity to unpack to us what this animal called AI is and how dangerous it is to the journalism practice. I mean, how good and advantageous is to journalism. So don't get me wrong. I'm going to start with Samu. He is going to present to us the possibilities or the opportunities presented by AI in combating fake news. So as Samu is giving his presentation, he is also going to touch on the global context so that you guys have a full appreciation of how AI is operating vis-a-vis combating fake news. So Samu,
thanks, Costa, for that question. You know, I'm happy to be here to be presenting on this topic, which is coming to us at a very opportune time, where we are dealing with a lot of fake news being disseminated on social media and also on other platforms. So in terms of the possibilities presented to us by artificial intelligence in fact checking, I think it goes without saying that you know, artificial intelligence is going to help us to automate the fact checking process. And I'm going to run through the fact checking process for you so that I can highlight areas where we can get you know, artificial intelligence to assist in the fact checking process. Firstly, when we're doing fact checking, we need to look at to analyze information from different platforms, from online platforms, from the print, and also from radio and TV as well. So the biggest challenge that we've encountered as an organization is how do we fact check audio. And you know, with the advent of artificial intelligence, now you have speech-to-text technology, which can help you to convert, you know, audio clips into text, which makes it more easier to process. Then you also have with print platforms. Most of the time, the information that we have is in PDF format, which is very difficult to process. So you need software that will help you to, you know, make the information analyzable. So you use optical character recognition to sift through, you know, text from newspapers. What then this does is that you now have information which you can easily process. And what you do with this information, AI can actually help you to analyze sentence by sentence of this information. Now you can identify claims from within the content that you are processing, and after identifying the claims, you can classify. It can help you to classify the claims as well. You have information that is quantifiable. You have information that is predictive, and you also have information that is focusing on cause and effect. So now you have this information classified for you, which makes it easy. You know, back in the day, we would have to read through multiple newspapers, would have to listen to every bit of information. Now you can then automate these processes, and this information is done for you at the click of a button. Yeah, so that's how artificial intelligence is assisted in the fact-checking process. Then taking it further, you're now looking at what are the sources of information you want to look at. We're looking at, say, where is fake news originating from? There are algorithms that are there that will help you to identify sources of, you know, that identify patterns of fake news. So this is one way that AI can assist. Then you also want to these days, instead of us as individual fact checkers picking what to fact check, you can actually use technology to to identify for you what needs to be fact checked, what's trending today, why are people interested in this particular topic, is this true or not. So there are systems that will help you to pick up those trends, and then this helps us to identify the issues that we're going to focus on. As Zimbabwe have just come from an election period where we were dealing with a lot of images in social media posts, a lot of imposter content that was circulating on social media. So there are systems that we're using, for example, Google Lens, that we're using to analyze images that we were receiving on social media to verify whether these are true or not. This was quite difficult back in the day because you couldn't actually analyze information like that. But now that we have, systems that will help us to analyze information, I think the possibilities are endless in terms of what artificial intelligence can do for us. Then there's also the element of content creation. You can actually have systems that create fact checks or fact sheets for you, which sometimes with most fact checking organizations, I think my colleagues here can attest to that. These organizations have very few individuals who are fact checking. Sometimes we have to outsource our services, but with the advent of artificial intelligence, you can actually have technology assisting you in the production of content as well. So for now, I'll stop there.
Let's clap hands for Samu. Yeah, although there is no prize for clapping hands for someone, but you just need to show that you are part of this session. We know that some of you guys, you may not even get an opportunity to speak. So it's also an activity that can also say, that we can observe as you being part of the session. Let's clap hands for Sam. Thank you very much. So Sam talked quite a number of things. But for me, what stood out was the issue of, fact-checking audios. I'm very worried, because of the audios that have leaked somewhere else. So now that they can be fact-checked, I'm very worried. So let's just prepare questions for Sam in line with his presentation. Now I'm going to give an opportunity to Kayleigh to present to us the available tools in the artificial intelligence in combating fake news. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Costa, and hi everyone. I'm Kayleigh, and I'm from Africa Check. Briefly to explain what we do, we're a fact-checking organization with offices in South Africa, Kenya, Senegal, and Nigeria. And the bulk of our work is fact-checking, using journalistic skills to rate claims, whether they are made by politicians, on social media, public figures. And we do this because we've seen how across Africa misinformation can do very real harm. It affects people's lives, it affects their health, their safety, their ability to participate meaningfully in society. And governments around the world agree that misinformation is a real threat to democracy. Solutions, and particularly tech solutions to this problem, are too often developed in and for the global north, which is why I'm thrilled to be here today having this discussion, and why Africa Check is interested in solutions that benefit African society as well. Because there are real risks involved when it comes to tech solutions to misinformation. It involves a very deep understanding of public debate in certain countries. It involves a commitment to upholding and protecting freedom of speech. It requires an understanding of the limits of AI and how this may vary from country to country, across different languages and societies. So it's something that we need to approach with caution, and Africa Check has had a bit of experience with this. In 2019, we won a global AI Impact Award, which provided us with funding to essentially build AI tools that could help improve and scale fact-checking and make the job of fact-checkers easier. And across, I would say, about 5 years, we have identified some ways in which we think AI can assist fact-checkers. Priscilla alluded earlier to one of our biggest challenges as fact-checkers, which is knowing what to fact-check, because hundreds of claims are made every single day. And how do we know that we are focusing on the most important ones? It takes time to read every newspaper, listen to every radio station, take note of all the claims that are being made. But what AI has helped us to do is, essentially, we've built a tool that allows fact-checkers to access a list of claims that have been made that AI has already identified as being fact-checkable. So what that does is it helps us hone in on the most important claims to fact-check. Another area that we thought AI could be useful was for knowing or alerting fact-checkers to when false claims have been repeated. Because when you have fact-checked something, the claim is sometimes made again, and how do you keep track of this? AI has allowed us to alert ourselves to when a false claim is repeated because we fact-checked it previously, and respond to it that much more quickly, so we can know and squash the false information before it has the potential to do any more damage. And then something that's been a little bit more trickier to experiment with is real-time fact-checking. So an age-old challenge for fact-checkers is by the time you have, say for example, listened to a political speech, and you have taken hours out of your day to transcribe the different claims that have been made, then you have to sit and decide, of these claims, which ones am I going to fact-check? And by the time you're actually fact-checking and you publish something on your website or on radio, the damage has already been done. A lot of time has passed between when the claim was made and when you have published your fact-check. And real time allows us to basically have a transcription of things like political speeches, town halls, debates, and the tool will identify for you what claims have been made, of those which are fact-checkable, and if any have been fact-checked before. So basically what we tried to do with these tools was save us time. And I want to emphasize, and I echo the sentiments of the professor who had the session before us, that these kinds of tools are not going to replace journalists. They're not going to replace fact-checkers. This is work that needs to be carried out still by highly trained human beings. But it does empower us, and it saves us time and allows us to focus our attention perhaps on more important areas. Because there are things that AI can't do. Deciding what to fact check is often a very human decision based on the context that you're working in. And context is something else that AI struggles with. So there are also concerns outside of fact checking. The professor raised some of these inherent bias that are built into algorithms. Figuring out how to incorporate AI into your work while still maintaining journalistic standards of fairness and transparency and independence. These are all things that we have to grapple with. So I think I'll stop there, but I think one thing is super clear to me. AI is here to stay, and whether we view this as something that is problematic or promising, it's important
And this bears a huge risk when it comes to misleading information that can incite violence. Yeah, so that's one thing. And then how AI is also being used to spread fake news and particularly mis and disinformation, and we're seeing this during elections, is that earlier on, and as I came here yesterday, as I was interacting with a few of you, we're just seeing that some assumptions, not assumptions, there are claims around how people are being paid, and then you're being told amplify this hashtag or amplify this content around elections, for example. So we've seen that happening also in the Kenyan elections that were there last year. And one of the way much after a reportage that was done is that now we are moving away from probably having a group of influencers trying to amplify content to trend it. This might be misleading content, fake news, now to the use of tools. This is where we are seeing the use of bots. Before Elon did the thing on X and Twitter, like you could use tools like TruthNest to know if an account is a bot account, where you see in one day an account is generating up to 1,000 tweets, and this is not possible. Yeah, and the content they're generating is misleading. Yeah, so now that is also shifting to where they are already packaged, homemade solutions, and I'll refer you to if you search advanced impact media solutions. So this is a software, an expose that was done by a network of global investigative journalists who identified this network that has up to 30,000 fake profiles, and these you're just controlling them from a single source. And these profiles, which are across Twitter, Facebook, Telegram, Airbnb, can, on a single button, they can amplify the content that you want. So this is another way that AI is being used to propagate fake news and the challenges that are coming with AI. Well, I'm not a prophet of doom, but this is how the challenge is. And the good thing is that for us to know how AI can be used to fight fake news, we need to understand how AI has been used to propagate fake news. Thank you.
talked about, one of the challenges brought by AI being the issue of photoshopping. In the previous times, we could see that this is a photoshopped picture. But now with AI, it leaves a lot of people now not knowing whether this is a real picture or something else. So, okay. So guys, sorry. There is a vehicle which is blocking the way, AFM 0342. May the owner please kindly attend to it. Right now it's blocking people who are bringing the lunch and other things. So please kindly attend to it quickly. Thank you very much. So guys, we just want to react to the presentations that were made by our guests. So I think the floor is now open. From every one of you guys, let's discuss. Yes, I'll start with you, say, in black leather jacket. Where is that?
Hello? Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and also to commend you guys for the presentation. I think this is a very enriching session, especially for the students and us who are in attendance. But I have a question for Africa Check. Very interesting submission that your coming to be in Africa was as a realization that there was a lot that was being done in the global north, but not very much in the global south. My question is, have you gotten to a stage where you have developed softwares that are peculiar to Africa? Because when you look at fact checking, there's a problem of context. So when you are using software that come from different countries, sometimes you are not able to reach or to obtain the results that you want because they were designed for a particular market. Thank you.
Who else? Okay, yes, go ahead, say.
I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. Right, my question is directed at ZimFact. Seeing Zimbabwe being, having rather, a bigger scale of my citizen journalists really taking aim, how best is your organization curbing fake news in this sector? And how best are you checking my audios, especially which are circulating on platforms like WhatsApp? What tools are you using to monitor this? Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I wanted to ask on the challenges, Kuti, is there no way where we can make the system not to create fake news, but only to just identify and indicate where the fake news is? Like you said, pane photo ya pop, and I thought it was true, and then I only knew now that it's not true. Can the system not create content that's fake and just identify only?
Can you have 6, then we give the guest to respond. Go ahead, ma'am.
My question is, if the AI can create that image, can it also detect Kuti it's fake, since you have created an AI system that can detect fake, and can it reference Kuti this was created by an AI or not?
Okay, thank you so much. So my question is directed to either ZimFact or Africa Check. I wanted to know how far our legal systems have taken into consideration different AI fact-checking tools. So I understand non-profits are doing their part, a bit of private sector. Then how have the government, our local judicial systems taken in different fact-checking AI systems?
This is the first round. We are going to come up with the last round. This is number 5, number 6. Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll direct my question to Peter. So, if AI uses data that is put into it, it uses history to predict probably content that is going to create, then are we not in trouble in terms of if someone manipulates the initial data that AI is going to use to create probably content that relates to my question or to probably a requisition that I would have done, does it not mean that I'm going to get a product that's full of fake information or fake news that would have been created because of various interests? Really, it might be political, it might be economic. That's my question. Then I would also like to direct something to Samu before this mic goes away from me. I know there are a lot of issues around propaganda itself, and there are things that that come up probably in the news that people see or might not agree to, because probably there is no way that fact checkers can check if a claim that has been made by a political leader or by a household leader is true or false. It's like you, Costa, going to Mr. Samu's house and say, at my place there's a lot of food, but your children are probably starving. So Mr. Samu probably accepts that because that's what you have said, but Peter cannot check if your place has food or not. So that's Mr. Samu. There you need to probably clarify on what we can do, probably combat such kind of situations.
For the very engaging questions. Guys, I think I will help you if you didn't get your question clearly. We'll start with Kaylee. Mr. Se was asking whether you have gone to the stage, the extent of developing African-oriented software or tools to fact-check or to combat fake news, since those softwares in the global north may not be so much friendly or understood by the local audiences. So please go ahead.
So the award that we won and the funding that we used to build these tools, we shared with 3 international partners. So it wasn't something that was specific to the African context. The other thing was that we're not tech experts, and we were fortunate that Google had provided people who had the technological know-how to build these tools. Where we came in was more from a consulting point of view to say, this is what we think as practitioners doing this work every day could be useful. So the tools are not, I would say, specific to an African context, and we definitely haven't gotten to the stage where we've built software for that purpose. But we have trialed them, for example, in Nigeria earlier in the year in February, where for the first time we were making use of live transcriptions when there were town halls and debates. And there were some successes. There are also, of course, major limitations, and language is one. So these tools will work for the English language. And as you all know, there are many, many, many more languages than English on the continent. So that's one major area that we would need to work on.
Thank you very much, Kaylee. We'll go to Sam. You have got questions on how best are you fact-checking audios? What tools are you using? And also, how do you deal with propaganda issues to say what have been the claims, particularly from the politicians? This is true and this is not. How best do you go about it?
Very interesting questions. I think for the first question, the first part was around since Zimbabwe is a high number of citizen journalists, how are we verifying information? Is that so? Yes. The assumption there is that citizen journalists are the ones who are spreading false information, and which is a misconception, I would say. But in terms of us dealing with the vast amount of misinformation that's out there, we're struggling. There is a lot of information to deal with, and very little of us who are doing the verification. And what we've then done to ensure that we deal with this challenge is that we've been going into schools to train media journalists, media students as well, so that they can also join our fact-checking clubs, so that we're creating a group of people who are also going to be helping us in fact-checking. We've also been doing trainings for journalists, mainstream and citizen journalists as well, to also get them well versed with the aspect of fact-checking and the dangers of sharing misinformation and disinformation. Then, in terms of the content, the fact checks that we're doing, we can only do what we can. So we've focused on producing content, focusing on misinformation and disinformation that's mostly, what can I say? That's in the public interest. We tend to look at, we tend to prioritize what we fact check. Then you also raised the issue of audios, that there's been an influx of audios, and what tools are we using? Within our context, it's actually difficult to verify my audios using tools. For example, we have so many dialects of Shona. We also have multiple languages that we've been dealing with. So it's usually difficult to fact check my audios. So in that area, we haven't really gotten into fact checking audios for that particular reason, unless we know whose audio it is. Then we can we are looking at the content of the audio, the facts within the audio. Then we can do speech to text translation, so that we focus on the facts within the claim. Then we fact check that. Then in terms of what tool are we using, it's a customized tool that we are using. So it's a customized tool that we are using, which I can share afterwards. Then in terms of the question by Ray on the propaganda that's circulating on different platforms, we're going to have a session this afternoon on what is fact checkable. We have a lot of information that people say out there, but which is not fact checkable. We only stick to facts or claims that are factual and that are based on evidence that's available in the public domain. So if we can't verify a claim by information that's in the public domain, then we are not going to look at it. So that's how we deal with claims. Then in terms of the other question on legal systems adopting regulations on AI, I'll let my colleague respond to that one, because I think as Zimbabwe we're not yet there. So maybe we can get a response from another context.
Thank you very much, Samu. Kiman, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'll start probably with the audio bit. And last year, we received an audio that you are looking into. And the biggest challenge was to verify if the audio itself is, as it is being claimed, it's from a certain politician. So, and we realized out there are no open source tools that you can do audio analysis per se. And the option that we used was a little bit technical, but it worked. So there are some packages that are developed in Python. So Python is one of those tools that you can use to do your analysis, data analysis, but also you can use it for audio analysis, and it worked very well. So I'm willing to share that script, and anybody can, if you want to use it, you can replicate it. Then just to add in terms of like solutions made for Africa. So when it comes to fighting disinformation and misinformation, you realized that one of the main target areas where this disinformation is happening or where it's targeted, it's towards the mainstream media. And once it's consumed, then people tend to trust it at some point. And we realized also that we don't have a collection of digital media sources or outlets that are being published that are available for the African context. So we saw in the global north, you can have a tool that if I want to check all articles that are mentioning, let's say, for example, Peter that were published in Zimbabwe, I can be able to have all those articles which are published. So what we did, we developed an open source tool called Civic Signal, which is purely collecting African sources, where we are mapping around 6,000 media sources in Africa. And every time they publish an article, it goes to a system, and then we're able to do a little bit of classification like sentiments, extracting entities, the names of people who have been mentioned in this article. So it helps even fact checkers and other journalists to have a quick overview. I'm willing to share how to use that tool after this. Now to the question about AI content. So early this year, ChatGPT, for example, developed a tool called AI Classifier. And the tool was supposed to, one of the biggest backlash even from people in the academic field is that people are using ChatGPT to generate content. And sometimes that also, and present it as theirs, which seems like an academic fraud. And so there are various tools around, which are being flagged around, that could be used to, let's say, for example, say if text is generated by AI. Yeah. So ChatGPT released that tool early January, and then come mid-July, they had to say that the accuracy of the tool, it's not good. So it can't be able to precisely tell if the article has been generated by AI or not. So that's a challenge with AI. Sometimes it's getting so good to a point you're not able to detect it. And one of the ways you're trying to work around that is also through advocacy, in the sense that once we have these softwares, let's say, for example, something like Adobe or something like Midjourney or DALL-E 2 or Synthesia, what you're trying to do for any content they're generating, especially when it comes to, there should be like a watermark or data within the image which shows that this content has been generated by AI. So it's more of like an advocacy from a regulation perspective, that for any software company to operate in this space, for any content, it should have an identifier that is showing that this content has been generated by AI. So even when it reaches to the media, already people know that this content has been generated by AI. Similar sentiments were shared by the professor, who said that even now there's more push for newsrooms, once they publish article generated by AI, they need to mention that. Yeah. And then, what is the other question? I think there were three. Yes, it was his question. Have I answered it? For AI.
Yeah, just
yes.
last one, please, quickly.
I was asking about, can the system not create fake? Yes, you said you can put a watermark on it so that you can know that the content was created by an AI. But why not then create a system where it just identifies fake stuff, not also create?
Oh, okay, great. So the challenge that comes with that, generating such a system, is that the actors who are creating or who are involved in fake news, they are widespread and using different tools. It's not a single tool. And this tool, like the output from these tools is going to, let's say, for example, mainstream social media or websites and so on. So having a system that is flagging this can only work once you have a centralized, or like the information is coming from a central point. And then what we are trying to do also, we've worked with some of the tech platforms where any content we fact check, it's automatic. Once we say that it's false, anywhere it has been shared within the platform, it's marked as false news. Yeah. So those are some of the ways that, but now comes as a collaboration between the fact checkers, the tech platforms, and the other actors within the industry. But where we have a system where it prevents the production of false news, it's a little bit challenging because the production itself is so decentralized and has so many different actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's clap hands for our guests, for speakers. I think this was a very helpful session for me. I have learned a lot. I don't know about you guys, So if you have got other comments or reactions, please keep them in your notebooks. We are going to give you an opportunity to share this at some point. For now, let's clap hands for our speakers as they leave the stage. We hand over to Lynette to take over. Thank you.
Costa for that. A round of applause for Costa. So for our online audience, in case you're just joining us, you are tuned into the Hub. This is the 9th edition of the Hub Unconference, a conference that runs concurrently with Shoko Festival, where we have media students, media professionals, academics, where we talk about a lot of issues. We have been talking about artificial intelligence, fact-checking, how we can use fact-checking, artificial intelligence to fact-check. Our next session, it's a training actually on Google. Let me just get that. So it's a Google Tools training, and Ken Kiyunga from Google News Lab, he's a lab teaching fellow. He's going to walk us through the Google Trends. I hope he's going to join us in a little bit. But before he joins us, let's have a conversation about what we've learned so far. What have we learned so far? What has been interesting to you so far? Something must be interesting.
All right, I think I learned a lot. I think I've learned a lot, especially when it comes to AI and how it helps us to check facts, especially when writing news as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe let me not force people to speak, but who would want to share what they've learned so far? Maybe. Let's try this row. Yes, you. And please don't forget to fill in the register, and also remember that the hashtag we're using this year is hashtag the tech bag, hashtag Shoko 2023, and the hashtag the Hub ZW. So let's use that. Yes, what did you learn these past two sessions?
All right, so I've learned about the artificial intelligence and the challenges that we are facing when it comes to fact-checking in terms of things that are produced by the artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much. So I see that our crowd, majority of them are outside. Can we come in? We have more shade and space inside. If you can just grab your chair. There are some chairs that are empty here so that you're not in the sun. Can you come and fill in the seats here and maybe move in closer with your chairs? What did you learn this year? Would you want to share? Please share. You. It's a trap.
Okay, I've learned what to consider when using artificial intelligence.
What are you going to consider?
What do you want to achieve?
Okay, nice. So we need to make sure that. Okay, yes, the hands are coming up.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's almost afternoon, everyone. So my name is Batabile Dlamini, and I am the Media and Communications Officer for Accountability Lab. I'm very excited actually about the festival so far, and I made sure that I put in my schedule to have a listen to the two sessions that we just had, because we're going to also have a discussion on AI, on how it has an impact on democracy, human rights, and governance. So it was actually eye-opening, the feedback that we got from the different panelists. So my takeaway really from the deliberations is that there is an opportunity to collaborate with AI, to coexist, especially looking at the fact that even as a content creator, you can actually subscribe to platforms like Canva and have your content acknowledged, so that if anyone takes a template that you would have created for your sake and for your benefit, you're given the credit, and you can actually have some money that comes in appreciation. And also, I liked the last speaker's contribution, Peter, if I'm not getting the name wrong. He spoke about the importance that organizations need to think around having a watermark on their work, to show that the work was not solely done by the organization, but it's actually AI that also contributed to the creation of the content. And so there is future to actually coexist with AI, and I think it's an opportunity for us to embrace it and just see how far it can take us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that speaks to the accountability Professor Murray was talking about. We need to be accountable and transparent. Did we use AI in designing our products? And we should actually let our audience know that we've done that. Thank you very much for that. The tech team, I don't know whether Ken is ready. Ken, are you there? Okay, while we wait for them to get Ken for us, are there any more, any hands? Voluntary? Please volunteer before I hand you over the mic. Oh, I've seen somebody I can bully. Yes, what have you learned so far?
Thank you so much. So I learned that our local legal systems are not using AI as much in terms of fact checking. And then just to put it out there, I think I couldn't ask another question. And how are they proving people wrong or right if they are not taking in different tools to fact check?
Any more hands? Who else do I know here that I can give the mic to? What have you learned so far?
Basically that there are tools that, can save the journalism trade. But then in Zimbabwe, I think we have one which is already under construction as Zivai. I think many haven't really tapped into it and its advantages. The fact that it's got the language, it's actually going to be beneficial within the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a celebrity with us here, Maggie. Please let us know, what have you learned about, please, let's give her a round of applause. She's here at the Hub. What have you learned so far about artificial intelligence?
Well, I learned that there is artificial intelligence. Well, I came in like halfway through, but I learned that people use artificial intelligence for disinformation. Was it misinformation? Not Angerichi, misinformation. Disinformation, yes. And then as it spreads, innocent people then spread it around thinking that it's actually the truth, and that's now misinformation.
Okay. Yeah, magona. But anazokuvunza ibara tisina time kuti kumaskiti uku muno fake checker say kuti zvamuri kutaura ndizvo here. Munongoti boy here. Thank you very much for that. So now we want to move on to our next guest. So I mentioned that that's Ken. I hope the tech team can put him up on the screen. But let me just introduce you to Ken. If I can find my script, but Ken is going to be talking to us about Google Trends. Tech team, you're killing me here. So in case you're just joining us, you are tuned into the Hub Unconference here at Shoko Festival. My name is Lynette Manzini. I'm the moderator for this session. This is the 9th edition of the Hub Unconference. And yes, I think we are ready to rock and roll. Ken, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lynette. It's good to be here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much for joining us. So we have, I don't know whether you can see the audience, but we have students here from the University of Zimbabwe, from Christian College of Southern Africa. These are media students. We have some from ZIVTESA. I know I forgot some, but please forgive me. We have academics here and some activists. So meet the audience. Ken, and please go ahead with your training.
Thank you, Lynette. Thank you. It's good to be joining you, though virtually. Of course, I'll have to try to be there physically. Probably next time I'll come there. So I'm joining you from Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Ken Kionga. I work with the Google News Initiative. Because of time, I'll just ask the team, the tech team, to share my slides as I start. As they do that, a brief background of what we do at Google News Initiative. We work with the media industry to ensure that there is accountability, that they have the right resources and tools to do their work efficiently and effectively. So I think I've had previous speakers mention how we have worked with the Africa Check in coming up with tools and helping them with the technology side. I don't know if the slides are ready.
I think they're working on it. Just give us a moment.
All right. Okay. So part of my introduction really is I have been a journalist for the last 12 years, working in Nairobi, Kenya as a digital journalist. I've also worked in broadcast until 2.5 years ago when I joined Google News Lab. So I've been training journalists for the last 2.5 years across Africa. Yes, I'm based in Nairobi, but I interact with journalists and journalism students across Africa. And I'll take you through some of the things that we train on. So our training sessions are free. We do not charge the media houses. We do not charge the universities, the journalism schools. It's just a matter of checking our schedules and seeing who and when the teams are available. Okay, so today I think I was there when the professor was talking about some of the critical issues in AI and journalism. Also had a listen to the team, the fact checkers, and how they're using and some of the challenges and opportunities in AI. So today, over the next 20 minutes or so, I'll introduce you to a tool, an AI tool by Google, and it has been specifically been developed for journalists. I'll show you how it works. I'll show you some of the specs, and then you'll get to sign up. It's a free tool, and then maybe you can have a time of Q&A, maybe 5-10 minutes after that. So we can move on to the next slides. So I think I've introduced Google News Initiative. We work with the journalism industry or the media industry to improve the quality of journalism, like this training that we're having today. We work with different media houses, different publishers to improve their business models. And we are also very active in terms of collaborating with the news community to come up with solutions to some of the issues that we are facing in the media industry. Next slide. We have 3 goals of the News Lab training. All the training sessions that we have, we are either developing digital reporting skills for journalists or students, or we are introducing you to new storytelling formats, or we are looking at how we can fight disinformation or misinformation. So those are the categories of our tracks. But to be more specific, we move to the next slide. Thank you. So we have, this is what we call our training menu. So we have advanced search. Advanced search is now how do you use Google in a more efficient way? And by Google, I mean the search component of Google. So there's a training that we take students and journalists through so that they're able to find information in a more efficient way. So this is what we call operators or commands that you can give Google search, and it gives you information in a more efficient way. We also have a track on digital verification. So this is fact checking, how to use some of the tools that we have to fact check. We have a track on data journalism and visualization. This is the whole area of how do you use data to tell stories and how do you visualize this data. Then we also have a track on video, podcast, and AI. And today we'll just be looking at one aspect of that AI, and we'll be looking at podcasts. And then we also have a track on security and safety. how do you, as a journalist or a media house, ensure that you are safe, especially your digital assets, your website and your email. This is very important, especially for investigative journalism, and we have had a good traction and a good demand for this track. Okay, we can move on to the next slide. Yeah, so other tracks that you might have are like very specific business reporting. If you're a business reporter, we have tools, resources, and tracks for business reporters. Or when now covering elections, we have different tracks and resources for covering elections, data journalism, and visual storytelling. You can move on. So because of our interest in journalism, Google has created what we call Journalist Studio. And this is a website. I can share the link probably after this session with the organizers. They share the link with you. So this it's a resource for journalists specifically, where we find all these tools like Flourish, Fact Check Explorer, Outline. What we'll be looking at today is Pinpoint, Google Trends, and many more. So this is a platform specifically dedicated to journalism, and we have created this platform for journalists. Thank you. That's the link. If you are interested in any of our training sessions, you can go to that link, g.co/newstraining, where you can take up thematic courses at your own pace, at your own speed, and you'll be able to find a lot of resources, a lot of skills and courses that we have offered, including AI as a journalist. So that's a link that you should note down, and at your own time, you can visit that platform. It's free. Just need to sign up and you'll be good to go. Right. So as we get to Pinpoint, it's a tool that has been developed specifically for journalists. As I said, it's an AI tool. It's probably 2.5 years now, and people are just getting to know about it. And it has used the search capabilities of Google Search and AI to be able to help journalists to be more efficient and effective in their work. Next slide. So the tool allows you to explore and analyze a collection of documents. And when I mean a collection of documents, can be up to 40,000 pages of a document, or you have probably 100 documents, different documents, each with maybe 400, 500 pages. It allows you to quickly analyze, to quickly search through all those documents in a few minutes, a few seconds, so that you're able to see the bigger picture. So I'll walk you through what it does, and then I'll give you a link where you can sign up and get an account immediately, and you can start experimenting with Pinpoint. You can go ahead with the next slide. So the first thing that it does, as I said, it quickly searches through thousands of documents. So you are working on a story, or you, like I've had what Africa Check is doing, collecting all these stories from different media sources in Africa. I can imagine that's a big collection. So you can put all that information, all that text into one folder, and it will be able to search across all those documents. So this allows you, it cuts the time that you need to analyze, to read all these documents, and helps you to be able to catch something in a very efficient way. So the way it works, and this is one of the beauty of Pinpoint, is that it allows you to upload different file types. So you can have PDF documents, Word documents, slideshows, audio and video, images, emails, and email archives, and plain text. And by this, I mean you can put all these different file types in one folder, and it will be able to read across the file types. So for instance, there was an experiment I was doing on probably trying to investigate what's happening in the Congo forests. So I got PDF files I was able to get Word documents. I was able to get like images. So images are like posters that have text. I also got audio and video files. So I was able to upload in one folder, and Pinpoint was able to give me a text version of all these files. So what it does with audio and video, once you upload an audio file or a video file, it will transcribe. It will transcribe that audio and give you a PDF file that is editable. It actually gives you the markers of the text where it has been transcribed. And for images, if you take, for example, if you take a photo of a text, you can upload that image and you're able to highlight the text in that image. Next slide. So this is now the power of AI. Once you have uploaded these documents, Pinpoint is able to read, to know the main themes across those documents. So you'll see once I give you the link to sign up, there's a section where you'll see that people have uploaded their documents and they have made them public. You'll be able to see that their organizations have uploaded like 44,000 documents. And if you are able to do that, it will quickly give you the key people who have been mentioned in those documents. It will let you know the key organizations that appear, and it will actually tell you the number of mentions, as you can see on the screen. And then it will also show you the key locations that have been mentioned in those documents. So this is a quick snapshot. It gives you an overview of the documents that are in there. And if you click on any of these names or organizations or location, it will quickly filter those names and show you in which document these names or this organization appears. For example, people who are the journalists who are in investigative journalism, you get papers like the Pandora Papers. These are huge troves of documents. You may not have either the capacity, the capability, or the manpower to read through all these documents. You can just upload all these documents, put them on one folder, and then search for example, if you want to see if anyone from Zimbabwe has been mentioned, South Africa, Kenya, you can just type Kenya and you'll see where Kenya has been mentioned, or Kenyan. So it will pick that very quickly and give you and take you to the exact place where that organization or person or term that you're looking for appears. Next. So the beauty of Pinpoint, you can share your folders with colleagues if you're working as a team. So you have the capability to share the user as an editor, or even as a contributor or a viewer. So the same way you'll see on Google Docs or Google Slides, Pinpoint allows you to share that document or that folder so that your colleagues can either add their documents, or they can make mentions, or you can make notes together so that you collaborate better. Next. Now, I had mentioned about transcription, and this is just how it does that. So once you have uploaded, whether it's an audio file or video file, it will transcribe and tell you that for example, from minute 1.5 to minute 1.45, that's the text. And you can actually play that section, that portion of text, and hear if it has actually transcribed the right way. So you can see the snapshot there on the image. It allows you to track the transcription. If per chance that you didn't get some of our African names or some of our African towns and cities the right way, you are able to directly edit that on the script as you listen through. So this will saves a lot of time for journalists. Even if you have gone to the field, you have done an interview, you don't need to sit down and play stop, as you transcribe your story. You can just upload it on Pinpoint, and it will just work its magic and give you the transcript. The other thing that it can do is you can search, and I've seen like podcasters have found this capability quite useful. What they have done is for those who are working on long audio productions, once you've uploaded it on Pinpoint, you are able to quickly search on Pinpoint, and it will give you the key themes that you're looking for, what you're searching for, so that when you're editing, it becomes easier. Next. So Pinpoint is able also to read text on images. So by this is, you can see that photo there. So if I took a photo of that, if I uploaded that photo on Pinpoint and I search for the word discovery on Pinpoint, it will get that text, although it's on an image. So if you have received any scanned documents, I know most of our African governments have a liking to PDF documents or scanned documents. When they send it to our newsrooms, we don't have to sit down side by side to see how we are going to transcribe that. We can just upload on Pinpoint, and you're able to copy and paste the text on those scanned documents and paste them on a maybe Word document or a Google Doc. Next. The other functionality that it does, it's able also to read handwritten text. So you can copy, highlight, and share text from handwritten documents. What you just need to do is take a photo or scan your notes, or if someone has sent you notes. There are even forms that are filled, like, for example, forms that are filled with handwritten text. You can just scan them, and it will be able to quickly scan that. You're able to highlight the portion that you want and paste that text on an editable format. So you can try that once you get the access to Pinpoint. Just highlight the text and paste on an editable file type, like PDF, like a Google Doc or Microsoft Word. Next. The next slide, please. So the next slide should be now where you sign up. I just wanted the tech team to show that slide so that you are able to get the link and you can sign up, get an account, and you're good to go. So it's a very short process where you just need to fill in a form. Then you're good to go. You can start the process. I don't know. Are you able to see that on your end? Let me try and share my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Lynette, are you there? Are you able to see my screen? All right, so that's the link. If you want to get access to Pinpoint, go to g.co/pinpoint, and you'll be good to go. You'll get an alert. So it will ask you if you want to create a Pinpoint collection. Just go ahead and say yes. Create a Pinpoint collection. Just follow the steps, and you'll be able to get a Pinpoint account. Yeah, so I think that's it for now, but let me see if there's something else. So there are other functionalities that you can look at, like within Pinpoint. So this is pretty new. So this is extract structured data with Pinpoint. We just made it a beta version, so this is quite new. And what it does, it allows you to collect similarly structured documents into a spreadsheet. So if you have, for instance, a document that has been sent to you that is a form on PDF or in another format, your Pinpoint is able to extract that table and give you, take it to an Excel format or a CSV format. So this really comes in handy when especially you're looking at documents that have been sent by the government, maybe the Bureau of Statistics or Central Bank, that on PDF format or even other reports, you can extract the table using Pinpoint. And if you're interested in this, we can have a session probably later where I can show you how to extract structured data using Pinpoint. I think I'll move on because I'm not too sure if I'm being heard or not. But this is a function of Pinpoints, extracting structured data. And as I said, it's a matter of just booking my time. We can have an online session where I can demonstrate how to use Pinpoint for extracting structured data. But that's pretty much it for today. If you can scan that, you will be able to get a Pinpoint account, or you can just go to the link that I sent you. I'll share the slides. I've already shared the slides with the organizers, the tech team. So if you need the slides, please get in touch with them. We have also shared a link with them so that if you need a certificate of attendance, you just need to fill that feedback form and a certificate of attendance will be sent to your email. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't know if there are any questions. Any questions? Lynette, are you back? I'll go back to the sign up so that if anyone missed that, that's the link. Go to g.co/pinpoint. It's a free account. It's connected to your Gmail. I think some of the questions that I get asked is about the space. So every user has quite a considerable space, so you don't need to worry about that. The other thing that maybe one of the questions that I'm asked is about language transcription. So for now, I know most of the languages are part of some of the languages that I know, like English, French, Portuguese, are included in the transcription. I know some of the languages like Swahili are also can also be transcribed, but I've always asked like journalists who have signed up for Pinpoint to try on their own language, and some of them say it's able to transcribe, although not 100%, but it gives you a level of transcription, and the rest you can just take your time to see how you can correct, because the PDF that is developed or that comes out of that transcription, you're able to edit. Any other, I don't know if there's a question or a comment. I'll share my email with you. Let me see if my email is here, so that if you have any questions, you can write to me. If you are interested in, that's my email, kionga@google.com. If you want us to come and train your newsroom or your university, we can arrange that, whether it's in person or virtual. If you're interested in any of the resources or tracks that we have, just get in touch with me and we can see how to do that. Yes, so I'm done. I don't know if I can't hear you on your end, but I'm done. Thank you so much for the time.
church papa and everything. The spirit of discernment. How do you see what is good for you and what's not good for you? Because my sister, you are at a level that I'm not. You can ignore memes. I can't. They want to put me in some way because people don't know me. If I respond, you tell me not to respond. But my next 15 minutes of fame comes from responding to those things and fighting them and getting to a level. So I cannot take your advice because I'm not at your level. So
Okay, we've heard you. I think let's get the next. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. If you can give him the mic and Mkomana.
I also think how you get to a certain level of fame, the speed or the rate at which you got there is the speed or rate of which you will fall.
Okay. Yes,
okay. In relation to memes and trolls, my question is. So my question relates to trolls and memes. How do they help us in relation to, say, pertinent issues? You said something about suffering and smiling. Let's say we smile or joke about...
No, you have the mic, so go ahead.
It's closer to me, so it's kind of in my ear.
It's okay. Just... That's what trolls do, so...
So I was saying, you said something about suffering and smiling. How does it help us to deal with more pertinent issues?
Okay, okay, we've heard you. Last question. I think it was coming from at the back there.
All right, so thank you. My question is in relation with memes and trolls. So I respect you, Maggie, for not responding to trolls. First of all, let me say that. But I think it depends on the level, like someone said. Sometimes there's something that a troll will say, or there is information that is going to be relayed about you, whether it's true or it's not true. Before we become famous, we have a life that we live. We have mistakes and we have things that we do. And I've realized this trait about trolls. The moment that someone gets to fame or someone achieves something big, legally, where do we stand as media to deal with those people? Because I might not respond and it dies down. But in another setting now, someone does not have an off button. They don't know when to stop. You don't respond. They will keep digging for more, whether it's true or not. But some of this information can really, really tarnish and, wound my reputation that someone has worked so hard to get to. I know famous people who've just gone down in seconds. Ngoburitirwa sex tape, and someone was on the road of doing something great and something big for the community, actually. This is where it hurts. It's for the community usually, and zvatopera. So, legally, where do we stand? Do we have any legal policies to deal with these kind of people?
Before you respond, there was one last point at the back. If we can have that, and then we allow our panelists to respond.
Thank you so much for the discussion. And from this discussion, we realized that trolls or memes are here to stay. They're not going anywhere. So social media is now an environment that is not for the lighthearted. So I'd like to understand how we can discuss the relationship between trolls and memes and media personalities and their their mental health, because one needs to be prepared for the environment that we work in. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to build up on the second of last speaker's point where she was talking about if we should respond or not. I'm speaking on behalf of an organization. If you are to face the trolls, are we saying that we need to ignore and just pretend as though it did not happen, or we're supposed to react to that. Because I think the implication that it has at an individual level, or the response in the manner in which you respond to that, it also applies even at an institutional level. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with Masugu coming this direction. Quick responses, 1.5 minutes at most.
Thank you so much, Suzanne. Thank you so much. It's very unfortunate. Hello?
We can hear
Okay.
you, yeah.
It's 1 minute. Thank you, but it's very difficult because there's a lot of issues that have been raised. From a media point of view, when a newsroom, for instance, sponsors intends to write editorial columns, for instance, the letters to the editor, we call that unethical. And they will also have a problem with a company that also create fake accounts in order to fight back against push back against maybe attacks or negative publicity and all. That is unethical. That's where the point of professionalism that we're talking about now comes into play. That's very problematic because this space is, I want to move from a point where we said that there is assumed participatory democracy, and the people were then promised that you will be safe in these particular spaces, that where you are going, and people started doing whatever they were doing thinking that they were safe. But when we talk about these digital platforms, we now talk about issues to do with the digital harassment, where people thought they were safe, but they were not safe. But all the same, we're also talking about weaponization and the toxification of these platforms. Because the memes can be weapons. They can be deployed to also, I want to respond to my little sister there. They can be deployed to actually character assassinate a person. And many people, including actors, have lost their jobs because of memes. The problem actually is that some of us who are seated here, we are digital literate. But there is a problem when these memes get into what we call dark socials. Dark socials are those platforms where there are no literate people to actually fact check and say this is wrong. We are talking of platforms such as WhatsApp, especially in rural areas. Very few people were able to discern that the post about Chamisa not running for the election was true. And a lot of people did not vote. So they are dangerous. They are very, very dangerous, especially when someone looks at them in the context of dark socials and the people that are not digitally hygiene. She's talking about people that know the digital space and how to navigate, but most of us don't know. And we're in danger of these trolls. Most of the trolls that we have in Zimbabwe, for instance, they are sponsored. Trolls don't just come to you. Even if you post your family issues and all that, they don't come to you. But because of the context that we said about the political polarization in the country and even media polarization, it is people who are talking about satire that is to do with speaking back to power. It is people that are writing political stories. It is people that are writing about political debates. It is people that are writing about religion. Because once you do something to my religion and you are doing your show and you are making fun of me, we can also troll you. So you find out that the problem that we have, most of the people are sponsored. And in our industry in Zimbabwe, we have got two popular teams, the Varakash and the Nerorist. The Nerorist belong to Chamisa, and then the other one is the Pro-ZANU PF. They control you the whole day, and they have got all the resources to troll you. So there's this idea that these trolls do not just follow anyone. They usually follow people that are in political spaces or are talking about issues that have to do with the people that are in power because they are sponsored. So you don't just get trolled overnight for doing nothing. There is a reason, and you need to find
for
it.
that,
Thank you.
Masu. Yeah, the internet is also, we call it an equalizer. So not only the elite come in there, but you have brought a very important point about the people who are not digitally hygienic. Maggie, you want to have your view?
Yeah, just a few. I think I've said a lot. In response to her on when it gets that serious, because trolling gets that serious, people say things that can actually be harmful to you and your family. But worse off, your family did not sign up for this. So I believe there's a Cyber and Data Protection Act in play. So there are ways that you can deal with that lawfully. Then comes the fact. Then comes the thing. Equity is the account that's responsible for this. Not what do you call it? A ghost, a fake. So I'm not sure if they can track that yet. I don't know. I don't know if I have that much. Yeah, that's the problems with trolls. They'll come with fake accounts. Otherwise, there's a laws and act in place. Otherwise, when it gets that serious, that's why he said it's not a safe space anymore. People will attack you. So it's not only physical harassment or physical attacks that can destroy a person's life now, or career, or marriage, or kids, but online, and it's happening all the time. I've had slanderous things said about me in the past, but luckily the people around me tend to not quickly believe what is said online. They just say, this, they've learned to ignore as well. But we're not all coming from the same background. So we have different reactions, different your experiences when it comes to cyberbullying, cyber harassment. But yeah, you do what works for you. What I'm saying there is not the gospel, but I'm just telling you what works for me. So far, what has worked.
Someone asked it to eventually bring you down, and you think you have forgotten it. It comes back. What can be done?
Yes, I think the question that was addressed to me was the one on suffering and smiling, where I was invoking the principle, the concept of suffering and smiling. I think we need to appreciate that the internet has a democratizing effect, where the so-called marginalized voices now have a space or now have a voice in the public sphere. Previously, the ordinary people or or what I would call the marginalized were excluded either by were marginalized either by inclusion or by exclusion. But what has happened is that with the coming of the internet now, the masses can now speak back, and they can now speak particularly to power and particularly to the issues that they do not agree with. So what we should do, I think we need to guard against fake news, guard against misinformation and disinformation, and at the same time capacitate to ensure that we use the internet as a space for democratization, as a space for actually pushing discourses that are alternative to what we may get in the mainstream.
Thanks, Law. Yes, final words from media monitors.
Okay, thank you. I think you cannot have all of the people in your comment section trolling you. You can just simply report and block and keep your peace to the few that are trolling you. I think that can work. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to the panel. I think I just wanted to flag one thing. I think the point about there's a lady who raised an issue about, okay, you think you have forgotten and then it comes up later. In the EU, the European Union, they are debating, they are talking to these social media companies, Google, Meta, and others, to ask them if they can use what they call the right to be forgotten. Because there are certain negatives that happen in your life and appearing in the internet, and you want them erased, because in future when you become a minister or you want to become a president, they can be invoked. So the right to be forgotten means that you can approach Google and say, can you delete this from all the sites that where it's mentioned? And it's currently being debated in the USA. In the EU, it's not final. And I think in the US, they have a law for social media companies. I think it's section 230 or 240. I'm not quite so sure, but those are some of the dynamics that are happening at a global level with these social media companies. We still don't have a Zimbabwe-specific Twitter company, which is where I think you are talking about the divide between the North and West. Most of the information that your AIs are fed on are actually from the north. And there's very limited, I mean, the work of Mage and others, for instance, Bus Stop TV and others, have actually tried to increase the content, but it's not that much. We need a lot of legitimate content that people can use going forward. But let me thank our panelists for being responsive and wonderful, and the audience, you have been great. If you can give yourself a pam-pam, and this marks the end of this section. Thank you very much.
this part before we go into the masterclass, before lunch. We're going to be talking about social movements. So the topic of this session is from the tweets to the streets, how social movements are revolutionizing social media to influence policy and social change. I'm going to introduce my guest. She is a feminist with 10 years experience advocating for LGBTI rights in East Africa region through community mobilization, education, and providing technical support to grassroots groups. She also works with youths on governance and public participation and fighting for advancement of women's rights. Her curiosity and love for tech have got her experimenting with different digital tools and strategies that can be used by movements in Africa to build people power. I hoped that you would remain there, then I would call you and then you'll come up. But welcome.
This thing is on.
Yes.
I'm anxious like that, but also like once I got here, it was weird hearing you read like a bio, right? Anyway, I'm here.
Thank you very much for joining us. So we want to talk about how we take, we hold Twitter spaces, on Twitter. Civic society organizations also do that. I remember one organization that was trying to encourage young people to fight for a youth bill. They held a Twitter space. But you are into moving that energy from social media to the streets. Let's talk about the relationship. How are the streets and social media related? And what are the streets?
Well, the streets can mean so many things, but for the purpose of this conversation, the streets will mean direct action. So that is protests, picketing, anything that people do physically to effect change or to demand change. And just to say, when I got that topic from tweets to the streets, whoever came up with that needs a raise. That was a very clever play of words. Anyway, so one thing about organizing, and just for the sake of this, I'll need to say I will use the word organizing, campaigning, and activism interchangeably to basically mean the same thing. So
if I can just interrupt you, can we have one meeting? We are going to be done in 15 minutes. Can we have one meeting so that we all are listening to what she's saying? Thank you.
Poleni sana, I'm the one standing between you and lunch. Anyway, so when it comes to organizing, it can neither be just offline or online. It has to be both. If most times we see groups doing offline action, conferences, boardroom meetings, meeting with policy makers and decision makers and corporates to ask them to create certain changes, but more than often it doesn't go anywhere because that in itself is quote unquote individualizing an issue, making it a Magamba network issue, when everything related to social justice is an issue that every single human being, whether in this country or elsewhere, can relate with and and should be able to act towards a better world, right? And so individualizing it takes away the opportunity from other people to join your fight. And so it's easy to fail because a person with power can just tell you, okay, we're going to do this, but then how will you hold them accountable if you're literally begging them to do the thing that they're actually supposed to do? And that's the one thing that digital age has brought to social movements that is a really, really great addition to activism. Because now, and I'll be using different examples just to bring the context home. A good example is NSAS in Nigeria. How many of us know about NSAS in Nigeria? Do we? Yes. It was a huge thing in the continent. Nigerians were basically trying to fight for the disbursement of SARS is a department in the police force that uses violence towards citizens. And literally, I had never been to Nigeria before. I heard of NSAS on Twitter. It became a global thing. NSAS had 1 million tweets within the first 24 hours it came out. And up to date, I think if you go to that hashtag, it has over 50 million tweets. That's the power of Twitter, of digital age. It took a small issue that is countrywide and made it a global issue. It got people talking. People who are in the US fighting Black Lives Matter joined this cause. People abroad, even like South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Zimbabwe, people were contributing, right, towards supporting NSAS locally. So, to answer your question in short, digital media advances the work that is already being done on the ground. So you cannot do digital advocacy or digital activism without linking it to direct action. Yes.
Okay. And what have you done? Walk us through some of the examples of the work that you have done.
So
I know there are loads of them, but just give us a few.
I'd like to think of myself as an activist. So I have participated, not really done, I've participated in a number of actions in Kenya. I have supported various causes online, but currently in my position, my work is to basically support the movements and the groups who are running different campaigns to build their capacity to be able to run effective campaigns that actually win change. Yes. We have worked with several groups. I know of several groups. We have done some engagement with the it's called Amalgamated Teachers Union of Zimbabwe, ARTUZ. Yes, that's what I'm Luo. That's why I can't
Amalgamated.
Say that. Yes. And ARTUZ is a very good example I can give, right? The government cut their salaries to a minimum, and that was just unacceptable, because where will students go when teachers leave the classroom? So they used a number of online and offline strategies. They were running campaigns on Twitter, Facebook, posting photos and videos, talking about the issue. This is my first time in Zimbabwe. I heard of it online. I knew of that fight online. I saw that they were using the hashtag Save Our Education ZW. Apart from online, they do offline action. I know they had a 5-day campaign, camping at the Ministry of Finance, because that's the target of their campaign, right? That's the person who has the power to give them what they wanted. They stayed there for 5 whole days. They went to the streets. They were taking advantage of calendar days like National Tree Planting Day, and it was hilarious. They were saying they were planting trees for education. That represented investing. Planting a tree is an investment, so they were investing in education. Apart from that, they had people and partners from across the world share and tag the Ministry of Education, and it was successful. The government did promise to restore their previous salaries, but it also gained them a lot of support from people who heard about their issues online.
And I think also it encourages other people in other countries, to take up such initiatives for their words to get out there. And I know that, the fees have gone up. I see that we have students here. I know that there's been a hike of tuition fees. If they were to organize, for instance, maybe I am frustrated about the school fees. It's just me. How do I then, take it out there so that everybody knows, what the fight is about, and how do we work around this issue?
So that's where social media comes in. One tweet has the ability to blow up and trend globally. And how people have been using, at least social movements have been using that to advantage, is that you can put out a time, mobilize your peers, in this case fellow students, 100 people maybe, tell them at 5 p.m. on a Tuesday, we're going to use this hashtag. I know our neighbors from South Africa have been using fees must fall for a while. It of give them that tweet. Make it your own. This is the message you're going to pass. That means at exactly 5 p.m., 100 people will be tweeting about the exact same issue. So algorithm, social media algorithms usually is set up in a way that it's supposed to pick things that are happening. So if it sees that hashtag coming up in like a second, they're like 10, it's going to pick it. And that's how things get to trend, right? So you only have 100 people, but you can make your issue trend. If it trends, Twitter, for example, and even Facebook, takes things that are trending and brings it up either is it For You page, our pages, basically. So if I'm in Ghana and I come to Twitter, if my setting is global, then I can be able to see those 100 tweets because the algorithms will think it's a breaking news or like it's something urgent. And that's how you build power. Because when somebody sees it, I am going through the same thing. A good example is the Me Too movement. Right. It started with a few people sharing stories. It trended. A global movement. Yeah.
But how do you know that the people sharing these tweets actually support you? I mean, there are ghost accounts that were spoken about earlier on. Someone can just retweet for the fun of it, like your post. How do you know that you have actually amassed the critical mass that you need for that particular project?
You don't. But that's why you need to plan. Before any single campaign, the first step is planning your campaign strategy. And then after it's solid, plan an escalation plan, right? So that means if my posts are getting 100 or 1,000 reactions, the next thing to think about is how then do I turn these reactions into something powerful? Either I will have a next step as probably signing a petition that I will deliver to the responsible targets. So when people are reacting to my posts, I make sure I have a call to action on that post. Click on this link, sign the petition, show your support. People will sign the petition, all right? In that petition, you set the petition in a platform that allows you to keep that data. That means every time somebody signs a petition, you have their email address and you can set an autoresponder because that means this is somebody who is interested in your cause, in your issue. You put an autoresponder or set up a time, send an email to these people and tell them, when our petition gets to 1,000, we are going to deliver it to the Ministry of Education, for instance. So that means every person who signs it gets an email. And then once it's gotten there, you can send another email to all the people who signed it, all the 1,000 people, and tell them, we are going to deliver this petition tomorrow. They need to see that we are actual human beings and we are actually frustrated. Turn up. So all those people will show up because that's an issue and that's how you can tell the difference between people just clicking on a post and people actually engaging with you. But also, the other mistake that most people do when sharing information online is you put it out. There's a concept, we call it, there's a horn, like you just talk into a speaker, and then there's a fish, like fishing, a fishing hook, right? That's the concept where you engage. So I've told you my issue, you relate. How then do I make you an ally? How then do I make you a supporter, right? And then you have your network of people, and that engagement continues growing, that base continues growing, and that's how you build power in a digital world. Yeah.
But you said that there's need to, join digital activism and the physical one on the street. But sometimes in some jurisdictions, it's not that easy.
Yeah.
How then do you, actually make it work without actually going into the streets?
I love that question because first, we live in Africa. We know our police. We know our governments. Most of us live in authoritarian regimes, right? So when organizing, either online or offline, security is paramount, right? and what some strategies and tactics that movements have been using over time to organize in high-risk situations include my personal favorite is flash mobs, where when organizing, you tell people, yeah, in Kenya, police beat us to a pulp. So how can we be on the streets, people see our power, but then not get hurt? We do 5-minute flash mobs. So when organizing, you decide a group should show up at the museum, this road that's here. Show up, wear your t-shirts, carry your placards, pass the message, have people documenting it. 5 minutes, that means before the police gets to you, you have dispersed. Show up in a different corner, do the same, 5 minutes, you've dispersed. It's hilarious. But also, somebody earlier had talked about humor. Humor is the other thing that really, really is interesting in social justice work, because when something is too heavy, make it light. Kenyans have much light, right? Turn it into a joke. People will laugh about it, but they will be hearing it. They will be hearing it, right? So that's one thing. Make it light. Do flash mobs, and of course post it online so that next time somebody who was afraid of coming up to the streets will know, oh, so this is happening. How can I be part of that? This is a hub. We have a lot of creatives. Make it creative. There's a group called CRAD in Madagascar that was fighting rare earth mining, and the biggest challenge was getting people to turn up for protests, because of course police, but also you're not sure what's going to happen there. They turn the protests into festivals. So they literally get artists who tweak some of their songs to have the keywords and messages. And then instead of going to the street, you organize and like take a park or like take a road, get the right peppers, say it's a festival. And you get to that festival with your placards and people are dancing and people are shouting. There are low chances of police attacking you when you're having fun or in a festival than they are when it's a protest.
You're actually in the streets. Interesting. And I see that a lot of people like the flash mob the example that you gave us. At this moment in time, we'd like to open up to the floor. Do you have a question, a comment for our panel, for our guest? You can ask them a question before we close up this session. But, that's really interesting things. But also, what about, with digital activism, there's the issue of reaching people in the rural areas. How do they also get involved? And the issue of data itself being expensive. I don't know about Kenya, but our data here is quite on the high side. I think we're the highest in Africa for all the wrong reasons. We're number one. How then do you work around this problem? Rural areas, you want to reach them, but they have no access to the internet.
So there are several interesting tools. First, to reach people who are online when you want to know, because when you post, you're not sure who's going to get your message. There are several tools. There's a tool called Tweepy. There's a tool called Audience that work on Twitter. But I think since this ninja took over Twitter, I think they're trying to make it payable now. It used to be free. Those tools can allow you to customize your audience, your target audience. And even on Facebook, when you're posting an ad or boosting a post, it allows you to pick. So you can be, I want people, if I'm targeting youths, I want people in Harare, the age of 18 to 35, living within, and that post will only be shown to people in that geolocation. And then now, reaching and activating people outside of social media. I know several groups try to have volunteers at grassroots levels, so that if people are signing a petition online, print it out, go to the grassroots, create awareness, and let people put their signatures. We have mobile messaging tools. There's MobiWeb really works well in Africa. This is a tool that allows you to send mass messages to people as SMS. So that means even people who are not on social media can get to see your issue. And if you're trying to get them to the streets, give them the time, a date, and they will show up. And when you're going further to people who do not have even phones, whether smart or not, that's where community and grassroots organizing comes in. When building power, when you're trying to create your supporter base, have people in the different grassroots levels. That way, it trickles down, and it can even be affordable because you'll give somebody, you just need to give them, I guess, fare and maybe airtime to mobilize and get people at a certain place like this. The person will come, share, and get people to actually support your issue.
On that note, I'd like to thank you. Do we have a question in the audience? Okay, there we go. We have 2 questions. Okay, let me go down there with my mic.
Thank you again. Right, in our lovely Zimbabwe, I think some of the issues you raised, like petitions and all that other stuff, I think these are basic no-shows. So how best can we be the voices of those who are voiceless? Especially like now in Zimbabwe, I think we've got a case of a convicted rapist or convicted rapists were given amnesty. How best then can we create communities or platforms that can be able to push that voice to those people in power without really going on the streets per se? Because I don't think in our country we live in an authoritarian state, which is much more different than you guys within Kenya. So how best can you suggest that we can maybe advocate for these things?
Yeah. Very good question. You're getting claps. So 2 or 3 things. Mobilize. And for you to mobilize, you need to make your issue relatable to everyone. The biggest challenge organizers or activists have is when we find an issue, we research, come up with very technical terms to explain the thing that common citizens like you and I do not understand. I will not support you if I don't know what you're talking about. Make it relatable. Be a storyteller. Make sure your narratives can relate with anybody who comes across it. Second, especially goes to fighting for rights of minors especially. Speak to the heart. Family values come up very often when talking about kids. Even those who do not have will know, okay, I wouldn't want a child to go through this. So you've mobilized, you've built the base. Second, follow the target and follow the power. How you can do that is, of course, by, again, instead of looking at, in this case, the judiciary as a whole, as an institution, or the organization that's giving this person amnesty or protecting this perpetrator, find the one person in that institution who has the power to make that decision. Target that person. And then there's something called power mapping. So once you find your targets, look at the relations around them. And the best way I can explain this is by giving an example of a case that happened in 2021 in Kenya. There are 3 radio presenters who are basically spewing hate and sexism on radio about a girl who was pushed off a balcony of a top floor. The person was basically bedridden for over a year. So instead of addressing violence against women, these 3 men decided to make fun of it and say this girl wanted it, the man had invested in it. So a group of feminists went on Twitter and started talking about it and calling them out. The radio station, and mentioning the radio station, they say they're investigating it and then suspended the people for 2 weeks. But this is common. This is something that keeps happening every single day. Femicide is a proper pandemic, right? So we didn't stop there. We saw that the radio station was not going to do anything, and we didn't go to the streets. We started looking at where is the power, who in that radio station can create change, and where is the money. Most times, these 2 things can get you what you want. So we started targeting. First, we got contacts of Communication Authority of Kenya, which is the regulating body for media, and people started sending in complaints. Those same complaints that people are putting on Twitter, their inbox were full. They had to address it, so they said they are going to deal with it, and they put out media release saying they're going to fine this radio station 1 million Kenya shillings, that's about 10,000 USD. They were forced to do mandatory sensitization for all their staff. So already the radio station has already started losing money, right? We went a step further and found their biggest advertiser, the biggest radio advertiser in Kenya is East Africa Breweries Limited, EABL. People started sending complaints to the EABL contacts and emails and targeting the managing director, who was at that time a woman. When EABL, of course, because if they did not respond to it, they look like they're actually supporting violence against women. So they put out a post and said they are going to pause all advertisement with that radio station. So at this point, they're losing millions because radio makes money in adverts. They're losing millions. In less than 24 hours, that radio station had fired these 3 guys. Nobody went to the streets. Everything happened on Twitter, but there was a planned escalation. We knew if this thing is not working, who else can we target? Who else can we target? The pressure finally paid off, and they were fired.
Thank you very much. We have a question here.
My question is, how do you guard against commandeering and privatization of social movements?
That's a very, very good question. I myself, I have reached a point where I am for social movements and not NGOs. Don't get me wrong, let NGOs do their things. They're serving a purpose in the society. But for a revolution to happen, we need more than NGOs. We need more than just organizations. And because of funding and everything else and just policing of registered groups, we end up not really having power to be radical enough in our asks. So, and the only way to avoid that is go the social movement's way. You don't need to be part of an organization for you to be tired and air your issues to the public. You don't need to be an NGO for you to ask for change. So do it, be brave enough, be radical enough as an individual, find your people, and start building from there. And I'll say it is actually an interesting question because it's been the biggest need I have come across in my area of work. And we are planning next year to have a year worth of, it's basically a training series and support for African, like basically to build African movements. It'll be a training that's going to run for 3 months. And after the 3 months, those who will be willing to continue growing and growing the different movements will get 12 months coaching support, which is basically the organization working with you, thinking through the different strategies with you so that you can actually run and win campaigns. And so to answer your question is, be radical. Do not allow yourself to be boxed. Do not allow yourself to be boxed. It is. So that's where they get you, because once you think you need to write a proposal for you to address a thing, because you'll need money for you to address a thing, then you'll need to start finding funders. Funders will need you to be an NGO or like a CBO or a CSO, right? But when you think about it, the issues that affect us as humans do not need NGOization. Today, if we want to fight for the right for every Zimbabwean to have minimum, every Zimbabwean the age of 18 and above, whether employed or not, to have a minimum wage because that's a basic human right, you don't need to NGOize. You don't need to NGOize. You just need to be tired enough and then other people to be tired with you, right? That's how resolution starts. Problem comes because I feel like as a people, we are not frustrated enough. We're not frustrated. And that's why we go to the streets. And that's why we go to the streets today, tomorrow, And then day 3, I don't have fare to go to the meeting point, so I will not go, right? So of course, at that point, then you start thinking about mutual aid and solidarity, right? We've seen that play so well in Sudan, where after, because the revolution took so long, it started in 2018 and it's still continuing up to date. At some point, people were tired, people were beaten up, nobody wanted to go to the streets except a select few. So they went back to the drawing board and decided, yes, I can't be in that street, but I can give Lynette fare to go, right? If you're in the streets the whole day, that means you're not making money, that means you can't feed yourself. If I have enough to feed 2 people, I will share, and that's where community and solidarity comes in. We had, Sudan had people, shops set up where people were, they used to say, if you have, give, if you don't, take. So people who do would donate money, donate food, donate medical supplies, and those who do not knew, if I need this, I can go there and find it. So that's what sustained the movement over time. Because if not for mutual aid and solidarity, everybody would have been exhausted. Yeah, but it needs people to get to a certain point. Yeah, I hope I've answered your question.
Okay, one final question. The final one, I promise you the final question.
Thank you so much. I might have missed it, but I would like to understand with how much trends are moving fast. There's so much going on in the digital space, and everyone is their own campaign. How do you sustain a campaign, a digital campaign? How do you keep the momentum for it to last for a sufficient time?
Planning. Most times, campaigns and things like protests happen because one thing happens that frustrates everybody and we come together and fight, and then tomorrow we move on with our lives. So the best way to sustain campaigns is always have the bigger picture in mind and then have smaller campaigns that feed onto it. So if you get one win, you start working on the next. If that's not a win, you already have a way to escalate it. So there'll always be like something happening, because again, one campaign doesn't change all our lives, right? So if we have a target, if we have a goal, then we start making the smaller steps to get towards it. And in that, while doing that, take advantage of the things that rise up, right? The campaign against gender-based violence has been going on for ages, but every once in a while, a girl is killed somewhere, a child is raped somewhere, people's anger come back again, and we talk about it, and then it dies. If there's that planned sustenance, then the momentum stays, and we can be able to like continue building on it. And the one way to do it digitally is always, especially as organizations, as groups, when you have your goal, have a hashtag with it. Even when you're talking about other things, use that hashtag. So it's feeding to it. One day when I come across it, I'll click on it and I'll find everything else that people have been fighting to get to where they are today. Yeah.
Okay, on that note, I'd like to thank you very much for sharing with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause.
Asanteni sana.
So there you have it. You need to plan. You need to make everything you want to do relatable. And also you need to be tired enough. How tired are you? So thank you very much. I know you're tired and it's lunchtime. Just give me a minute or two. We're going to give you meal tickets and then you'll be shown where you're supposed to go and get your food. But thank you very much for joining us today. We have master classes after lunch. There's a fact-checking master class. Let me just check the other one. Fact-checking masterclass and a graphic design masterclass. So if you're interested in graphics design and in fact-checking, there are masterclasses after lunch. So stay put as they will come and give you your meal tickets. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for ourselves.